Hello, chap. Good afternoon. It's time to do Condor stuff, because I haven't done that on stream, and this is the airline that I love, so we have to do it. And of course, green livery today. We love the green. But yes, it is Thursday now, which it's been a while since I streamed. I've had a lot going on in my personal life, just with getting busy with things that I have to take care of, and also just being exhausted from last week. Had a lot going on last week as well. But yeah, we're here. We're gonna try streaming today. My Ethernet is not working, chap. So I hate to inform you, but there might be very, very, very spotty connection. Not necessarily that I've noticed anything bad in previous attempts. I've done some long hauls and stuff like that and been on network and everything's been fine. The only issue that I'm really noticing is, well, let's just say, yeah, I've had some issues with connection, especially YouTube encoding. So just a heads up, my video might be kind of crap this time. But I'm working on the Ethernet issue. Hopefully that gets resolved soon, but I'll keep you guys posted. And then as far as the live streams go, you guys can see what's scheduled. This weekend is my birthday, so I'm actually going to be kind of chilling, but actually what I'm doing is working, so not really chilling. But then next week we'll do something. We'll have a fun time on stream. We'll do some stuff, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, hope you guys are doing well. We're gonna get underway here because I have my push in about 15 minutes, and I haven't loaded the airplane yet because I was just got home from work and was like, oh yeah, that's a thing I was doing. So I'm just gonna have to get ready really quickly. But we don't rush. We're just gonna go quickly. That was already on. That's good. So we'll go quickly, but we do not rush. This is how accidents happen if you rush. So let's not do that. Hopefully that's not a foreshadow for later in the stream. But yes, welcome in everybody. Hope your week so far has been good. I know mine has been busy, like I said, but it's going to be a lot better over the next few days as we go into the weekend, so that'll be nice. Alright, there's our OFP. It's come in. Did it load us? Yeah, it just did. That was definitely getting loaded. But yes, if you do notice crap connection, yeah, it's just going to be kind of a trend this stream, unfortunately. Alright, OBS just tried to reconnect. If you got a brief pause there, that's why. Hopefully it's stable now. Sometimes it just needs that little reset, but I will keep an eye on that, and you guys let me know. If you see anything going crazy, just let me know. Just keep me posted if you start getting crazy frame drops. Alright. What do I need to do? I need to get the APU started, actually. It's probably the first thing. So we'll get that ready. We have the passengers and baggage loaded. I don't know why that hasn't loaded. Look at the resolution of that. It's really weird. Everything seems to have low resolution. What is going on here? Some really weird texture stuff happening. I don't know. It's almost like the game didn't load, or the sim, sorry. This is definitely not. It's almost like the sim didn't load the settings. Are the runways and everything? Yeah, look at the taxiway signs, chat. It's like really blurry. Oh, wait. Are we getting more polygons? I have no idea. It's really weird. It's taking forever to load. I don't know. Thank you, Milk Boy, for that one. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, just keep me posted. It might go in and out. We'll see. We'll get this aligning as well. Got the wind uplink there. Now, we are in Vatsim, so that is a thing. We're going to be departing out of GMAD, which is Morocco. I need to open Navigraph charts and get that open on the iPad as well. There we go. It's gonna be about a 3-hour, 20-minute flight on paper. Thank you, Milk Boy. I appreciate that. Yeah, I try to do my best. It's I got, you know, just started this channel. It's crazy to think I started this channel at the beginning of the year, and I've been doing that since. But we try when we can. Obviously, I'm a very busy person, but I try to be on here when I can. Let's see. I try to make it somewhat entertaining as well as educational for the flight sim aspect, at least. The other games, not so much. We have a blast, as you, if you're a follower of the channel, you know. We have things called Mateo. That's how I'll put that. All right. The initial, or not initial, the top altitude on the departure chart is 5,000, or no, that's the transition altitude. Is there a top altitude? There should be. Lost comms. Okay. I don't see anything that says a top altitude on this chart. Well, ladies and gentlemen, since we don't have a top altitude, we're going to set the top altitude as in cruising. So that's how that's going to work. I think our initial was 320 according to paperwork. We can double check it in a second. No, I have had a Misfis history before. I fly GA on Misfis, which I've been meaning to do. I do a lot more like VFR stuff on Misfis, obviously because the graphics there and the visuals are a lot better on Misfis, but I prefer the flight model and the physics in Xplane because it's more realistic, and I don't like to fly with non-realistic settings and stuff. I don't like cartoony type flight sims. That kind of ruins the point of a simulation. In my opinion, of course. Simbrief OFP, I was just fumbling around looking for that while I'm talking. Yeah, 320, and then there's a step to 340 eventually, and then 350 for some reason. Well, actually, yeah, because we'll start going to the northeast. Initially, we'll kind of be going... Actually, I'm curious about that. Why are we 3-4? I'm not going to question it. We're just going to do it, and if ATC pops online, we'll figure it out. How about that? Xplane 12 for my airlines. Love Tolus over Phoenix. Yes, I am happy you said that. Yeah, Tolus is definitely better than Phoenix. That is definitely true. We're going to be departing runway 27. So let's set that up. Runway 27. The APU is available, correct? So yeah, we can disconnect the external. That's normal. APU bleed can come on because we don't have the ground power or ground air connected. Or we did, but oopsies, it's alright. It's not our problem. It would have blown the air cart. We'll keep the chocks in for now. We can call the pushback tug.
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
Thank you. Love how you have no regional accent whatsoever. But that's probably for the best, considering I've heard some really bad versions of regional dialect and better pushback. Frankfurt looks like into Frankfurt we're going to be doing the, let's see, 1 Alpha? Yes, go 1 Alpha. And Novia just with that. There we go. And none.
Some doors are still opened, or the GPU or the ASU are still connected.
Yes, I'm aware.
I'm waiting for all of them closed and disconnected,
doors,
then
doors.
I will proceed.
Doors. That's it. The doors are open, chat. That's kind of helpful to close those before you fly. You know, it's kind of a thing. Alignment in 2 minutes, so we're getting there with the flight, or not in-flight alignment. That would be stupid. Yeah, we're getting there with our alignment here. Won't be that much longer. Use the better pushback, better voices add-on, adds more realistic voices. Yeah, the UK by default, oh my god, it's horrible. I am totally with you on that. It is horrible. Good lord. Yes. Yeah, I'll have to look that up after stream. That might be something I'll add. Maybe that'll be an addition I make in the near future here. Because I try to not plug and play too many add-ons at once, because, you know, performance and such, and also just like, let's just not break my PC with, or break Xplane with like 500 Lua scripts running. But if you say there's a pack for it, I will definitely take a look for it. That will be something on my radar. Okay. Waiting for the alignment. In the meantime, we did the weight and balance. We could probably do takeoff performance at this point because we're going to be pretty quick out of here. So that is a horrible stop margin. Let's do Toga. Thank you. Toga 155, 55, 59. So let's do 55, 155. I feel pretty comfortable with those numbers. 159. And that leaves us a decent stop margin compared to what we had. Up 0.3 and 1. So 1 / up 0.3. Just said that backwards, but that's fine. GPS primary, so that's aligned. Great. And then what was the... we had no temp. And unfortunately, I cannot do NO and put that in there, which sucks. But, you know, or NA. It doesn't work. Yeah, the variety of voices is W. It's free, of course, so that's another win there. Yes, agreed. I won't message much now, but I will most certainly lurk around. Enjoy your flight. Thank you. And, yeah, no worries. Definitely just chill around. You don't have to be spamming in the chat. No worries. That's totally fine. I'm glad you enjoy the streams. In fact, enjoying things, I need to enjoy closing up the doors because we're about ready to go. And we have our packs boarded. So we'll close everything. Better pushback will be happy. We'll get the chocks out once the pushback tug is connected. And also Frankfurt, we're going to be going to Terminal 1, of course. But I need to really make sure I have everything configured for that, because I don't want to fiddle with it later. APU's on, that's great.
All right, looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
Good, and also the doors are armed. So that's good. Let me adjust the cabin brightness, because this is 100% chat. I don't know why they would do this with the cabin brightness, because holy Jesus, is this bright. But then if I go back in the cabin and I go put like 6%, which is what I like to run it on. Also, let's run 1228 on there and turn these up and turn that one off. There we go. Yeah, if I switch back over now, this is a lot better looking. This is a lot more accurate lighting, I feel like. But 6% to do that, which is crazy. But I leave the lighting on just like that. I don't really bother with fooling around with it, but yeah, that's kind of where I leave it. Okay, we're ready to go. So let's get the altimeter real quick and check the winds one more time. 10.5, that's plenty fine for the runway. And 1014 is our number. There we go. Sweet. And the visibility is great, conditions are great. So let's get our shelf going here. We have no other traffic here. I'm going to turn on my transponder regardless. And we'll leave the weather radar off, but we'll put turbulence filter on there as well. Okay. So for pushback...
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing.
Yeah. Let's see where we want to push. We're going to 27. So we're probably going to push back facing this way. Just like that. That'll be our
Welcome aboard,
direction.
Captain. Toes connected, bypass pins inserted. Go ahead and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
And we are ready to go, so we'll go ahead and kill the parking brake. Or not. Chocks removed. That was it.
Here comes the pushback. Light them up.
The chocks, chat, they're important. Definitely to remove, you know. Alright. And he said we could start, so we'll set the switch. Okay, pressure stable. We'll go... Let's see. Let's start number 1 today. Why not? Alright, there's our N2 rising. And yes, I do have KOSP sounds, so we will have the enjoyment of these CFMs. Actually, we can go jump back there if you would like. And we will go ahead and mute said music in the background, because we are sterile cockpit at this point. As we continue to come back here. And let's just make sure. 19.8. That's going to be good, and it's available. We know it's available because it would have said when we were in the wing view. There's N2 on number 2. And now here comes the N1 shortly. Yep, we're aware of that. We can punch that off. That'll go away. There it comes. Nice. Most excellent.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
Set the parking brake. Let them disconnect.
And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
Just double checking one thing, chat. Now we're ready to go. Alright, let's see here. Disconnecting hand signals. We can turn off the dome light as well. Alright. APU can come off once we're ready. Yeah, we can turn the APU off. Bleed, and there we go. Econ flow. That's fine. There we go.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the left. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
Good. That's all set up here. Okay. Next up on the order of things is to set everything that we need for the takeoff. Let's go ahead and turn this down just a little bit. Overhead panel as well. We don't need to be blinded. It is dark enough outside that I don't need to have these up too bright. There we go. Turn these down a bit too. There we go. Just a bit. Just to help with visibility outside, you know? There we go. And then turn these down as well. There we go. And there we... Whoop, not quite. There we go. Sweet. Excellent. Alright, takeoff config. So flaps 1 was what we said for the takeoff config. Yep, it's in transit. That's fine. We'll recheck it in a moment. That's all good. Cabin, we'll give them a ding because it's going to be a short taxi for the takeoff here. Turn on the taxi light and we can start rolling. So the pushback tug is away. And here we go. One more test. It's normal. Good. Excellent. Flight plan is there. Sweet. Taxiing up here. We'll get underway. Very quiet over here, but I think that's to be expected right now, considering it is late over there in their time. Like the sounds are imbalanced, chap. No. I have them set the way I like. Yeah, that's about what I like. Like a lot of engine sounds though, that's for sure. I think a lot of people can agree on that one. Alright, so we're gonna make the left here on, what is this, Delta? But it's Delta 2, I think, or Delta 1. I don't know if it's split both ways. Yes, it's Delta 1 we're turning onto. What's up, Vintage? How are you? Just taxiing out now for our departure. Hope you are having a wonderful week thus far, and a wonderful Thursday. Yeah, turn that up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. That's a little more readable up there. These floodlights are a little bright. There we go. Break the panel a little bit. There we go. Now we're feeling good, chat. Now things look good. Just waking up, yeah. Wow. That's, well, actually, for your shift schedule, that makes sense. It's gonna be like, dang, I got home from, well, actually, I just got done work when that happened. It's not 100 degrees in my room like yesterday. Fahrenheit is what you mean. Yes, okay. I was like 100, I was like, what are you boiling in there? That makes more sense now. Get that mouse cursor off the screen. I wish that would go away. Alright, Vintage. Well, BRB, and I'm gonna depart. So I'll be distracted anyhow. Get the retracts ready. So chat, we're doing Mantoga today. No flex. It's gonna be Mantoga, because I looked at the flex margin and no thanks. So we will be putting in full power for this departure. Okay. Push the throttle up just a little bit now. I'm gonna make this right-hand turn here. Go runway turn off, strobes, wing light, ding them in the back one more time. And we'll get ready to enter the runway. Now, I'm gonna do a brake stop here, and I'm gonna check for any traffic real quick. Because sometimes people don't make radio calls like myself right now, but I will be making 1/1228. What is this, Almasira? I think that's how it's pronounced. Almasira International. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Almasira International traffic. Condor 525 is going to be taking off runway 27, departing to the north. Okay. We announced we're taking the runway, we're gonna turn on all the lights now. Clear this way, clear this way. Gonna keep the throttle up a little bit. We need to keep rolling here.
Approaching 27.
Yep, thank you. And we'll go ahead and get ready to line up here. Do one of these.
On runway 27.
Yep, we are on runway 27. Runway 27 is verified. Go ahead and set 50%. Flight time. And there we go, stable. Run them up. Cross set. Mantoga SRS runway, auto thrust blue. And the textures are still not quite right. But that's okay. 100 knots. V1, rotate. Holy heavy. That's positive climb, gear up. And I will go ahead and engage autopilot 1. Yes, you did just get back just in time. Thrust levers climb. 2 clicks today from Toga. Stop the chrono 1 minute 10 seconds of Toga, which is plenty fine. We'll keep flaps 1 in there for now because we're definitely heavy. That's for sure. Disarm spoilers. Nose light. Comes our left-hand turn. This will be a slight left-hand turn. We're going to fly west for a short bit and then straight out to the north. And I'll go flaps up because the speed definitely will check in a moment. Actually, I'm going to wait until we hit that S speed. And now we can go flaps up speed checks. There we go. All cleaned up. Airplane's all cleaned up. Sweet. AGC data link standby. Let's double check that while we're climbing here. Okay. Huh. Who knows? Who knows with that one, chat? This is on, right? Yeah. Overhead panel? That's showing on data. Alright, 1014, we'll click that off. His transition level here is 5,000. Our right-hand turn should be coming up shortly. And there we go. Start a right turn in 3, 2, 1. Now, question mark? No, just a little tiny bit more. Couple more nautical miles. There it is. Boom. Or decimals of a nautical mile, should I say. Tomorrow I might do a stream in the Caravel. Oh, nice. Let me know what your YouTube is. I'll take a look. Depending on what time, of course. Unless you stream on the channel that you're chatting with, in which case that makes it easy. Alrighty. And yes, I do see that we're a little wide of the turn, but that's to be expected because we're going 250 knots, and this thing has a right angle turn. So, yeah, that's your YouTube. Perfect. All right. Sweet. I'll definitely take a look. Continuing to climb here. Through 9,000. That cruise, yes it is. It's an aircraft carrier. With Hornets on the deck. I can't tell if they're super or not, but let's see. It's really hard to manipulate this god dang camera. Alright, I'm gonna do one of these. Hang on, chat. Whee! Alright, Let's take a look. Are those Super Hornets or what are they? I can't see the engine. They look like they're Super Hornets. Is there any on the... No. I can't really see the inlet. The inlet gives it away. It looks square, so I would assume those are Super Hornets. Wait, were those ones at the back? Yes. Those look round, which would be the Legacy. The Legacy Hornet. Alright, through 10,000, we can go ahead and turn off the lights. The rest of the lights, at least. We leave the strobe and beacon on, and nav lights, of course. And we'll turn off the seatbelt sign, because that's something that happens here in international carriers. Not in the US, mostly. Depends. Depends on the carrier. Some turn it off at 18,000, some turn it off at 10,000. It's all different. You'll be flying United. United Caravel. Okay. Now that we're through 10,000, we'll go non-sterile. Bring in the music again. Because why not? We need something to cruise to. There's our top of climb way out there, almost 160 nautical miles. Yeah, this flight's going to be a long one, for sure. 8:41 local time for the eastern folks in the eastern US. Be flying out of JFK to somewhere. Sounds interesting, especially on network. If you're taking a Caravel out on when JFK's busy, that's going to be it's going to be interesting for sure. Should be fun though. I think that would make for a fun stream. I gotta look through Vatsim events and see if there's any new events that are interesting that I'd like to fly into or fly out of and put on stream for sure. If anybody in chat happens to know any events that are interesting, let me know. I will probably look into them. Can be quite chaotic, but sometimes it's also fun. I think Vatsim is always best with a little bit of chaos, though. I think that's just inherently the name of the game with Vatsim. You go on there for professionalism and then end up with a little bit of shenanigans in there. But, you know, probably won't be on network. I need to do more offline work on network before I fly on network. I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, radios and procedures and all that type of stuff. Learning the airplane, making sure you can fly the airplane proficiently. Which is a big one that a lot of people don't do on Vatsim. A lot of people just get an add-on, jump in, and then when ATC says, can you do a hold right turns with this much minutes or this much miles? Somebody goes, oh god, I don't know how to do that. Or, hey, can you accept this approach? Do you have this equipment on board? And they go, yeah, happens a lot. But yeah, we're airborne. And we got quite a bit of time in cruise here. A lot of time. Well, it does show you an ETA in Zulu on my banner. It's funny, I didn't even know what was on my banner till just now. Well, I knew what was on it generally, but I don't really pay attention too much to it. I just know it throws information up there for you guys, which is nice. It gives you an ETA. Yeah, it's just hearing how to properly talk to AC and how to pronounce words. Yeah. Oh, you mean like, I think I know what you mean, like, not only the phonetic alphabet, but also just the approach charts and the departures, and also like waypoints, depending on what waypoints you have. Yeah. Aviation's a weird language. It's a lot of abbreviations that you somehow are supposed to infer and just fill in the blank with a bunch of words. I mean, most of it's straightforward, but... Chat, if you don't mind, I need to go run and do something really fast. I will put you on a little wing view here, although there's not much to look at. And I will be right back in like less than a couple minutes. Alrighty, sorry about that, chat. We're back. And we're passing what now? 23,500. Yeah, I still wish I could do shared cockpit in the Caravel. Yeah, I mean, I wish there was something that they could do, like, as a plugin for Xplane, that was a really stable version of, like, shared cockpit, or like a native one. That would be really nice. I don't think they will, but it would be really cool if I could, like, jump in a cockpit with somebody else, like, and do a flight, but like not worry about the switch states being completely wrong and all that type of stuff, because I've had that before. I've tried some other ones and never had any good luck with them. So this is quite lovely. Yeah, I went outside to just take a look outside and also to move some stuff in off my porch. And when I was doing so, heard the rumbles of thunder, and it is quite dark out to the west right now. So hopefully I don't get any lightning issues, because I've had that on stream before. And what was it, this past Sunday, I had actually quite a lightning strike happen at my house, so that was quite an experience for sure. And actually, I believe that lightning is the reason why my Ethernet is not working as well as it should, believe it or not. So yes, that is the thing. Yeah, I was hoping for Smart Copilot to V4 to come out soon, but 3 years after its beta, still nothing. Yeah, sometimes stuff just gets abandoned, unfortunately. It happens. And there is a TAP A320neo going off our right-hand side there. Wonder where he's going. He or she. Alright. Looks like we still don't have ATC for a while. We might get ATC on the flight, but I don't think so. It depends. It's very situational, I find, with Vatsim. It's like sometimes you get lucky and you get ATC the whole way, and sometimes it doesn't happen. It just really depends on the local time of the area you're trying to fly in, and whether or not people of that part of the world are up at this time. So, and unfortunately for us, it looks like they may not be up at this time for quite a portion of our flight. Yeah, its public beta started in 2021 and 5 years later, still nothing. Yeah, that sucks. It's actually very lucky that we're coming in on this timing, because there's a massive weather system over really the southern part of Germany all the way through France and northern Italy, Austria. Either northern Spain. We might run into stuff at northern Spain, but we'll see. We will see. I mean, we might run into thunderstorms at my physical location here. Because Florida summers are wonderful, as you guys, I'm sure, if you know anything about weather in the global scheme, or global scale, rather. You should know that Florida is the lightning capital of the world. And it proves itself very well during this time of year. Sure, if I went to Florida, I'm pretty sure it would combust into flames just from the heat. Yeah, it's hot. But what's funny is, I love heat. Like, I'm totally fine with heat. That's fine. The problem is how humid it is. Because it could be 20 Celsius. It could be 20. But the humidity being 100 means if I go run, or if I go work out, or I do something outside, also top of climb just now, 320. When we are outside, it is something called a wet bulb temperature, where the air is so full of liquid and moisture that essentially you can't even evaporate sweat. Like, you yourself will start sweating and the sweat will just run off of you as water. It won't actually evaporate. And that means the whole point of your body sweating to evaporate water off to make you feel colder doesn't work, because water condensing creates heat. Water evaporating releases heat. So if you look at it that way, if you're covered in water, the water just gets warm and it just sits on you. It's disgusting. It's not fun. Not fun at all. But if it's dry, like it is in the western parts of the United States, if it's dry, then you get the ability for the air to be evaporative. There's less moisture in the air, so that you can actually evaporate your sweat off of you. And also, Florida has a tendency to not be very breezy unless there's storms or unless there's a sea breeze, both of which don't usually happen till the afternoon, which means if you're out in the morning, the entire morning is just hot, humid, and no air movement. It is a recipe for just disgusting, muggy crap. Yeah, I start sweating at 70. I feel like I'm dying at 72. Yeah, I think that's like around the temperature I was describing, which is 20. Yeah, down here in Florida, that would be, what does it get up to? Like low 90s with 100% humidity or 90% humidity. So now picture, you know, that heat, but you can't sweat it off. You can't cool down, essentially. Just think of it that way. That's what Florida heat's like. And that's what I have to do working outside, which is wonderful. Or at least working around very, I don't know. It's just when you work outside and you're working with pavement and, well, not literally working with pavement, but like when you're working around where you're on pavement at an airport, it's hot. And even in the cockpit, it's hot. It is especially hot in the cockpit because it's like a greenhouse. It'll make your brain melt. You're just sitting there and it's like a sauna. Not a good kind of sauna either. But yeah, chat, we're at cruising. We got quite a bit. Oh, actually, we don't have quite a bit to our step climb. I thought we had a lot longer. Oslad is the waypoint. Oslad is coming up at, what, an hour and a half, roughly? Here's my Zulu time, yes. 21:35, 21:35, 21:59. No, half an hour. Half an hour, and we'll, less than that, probably like 25 minutes. And we'll be stepping up to 340, I think. I think that's what we put in there. It is indeed, yes, 340. Now I have auto step climb through I forget if it's a Lewis script or if it's a plugin, but I think it's a Lewis script. But yes, there's a script for it for Tolus that you set the console floor lights to bright, like this, and then you set the performance page on this side and the progress page on the right side, and it will automatically step climb. And in fact, I'm going to demonstrate it on stream, because why not? So you can see the step is displayed there to 340, and our cruising altitude is currently 320. How this works is it basically does what you would do if you were to fly it. So it's gonna, at a certain range, I forget if it's 80 nautical miles, I think it is, it will detect that you have a higher step coming up, which will be 340. It will select up here 340. It will not push it in though. It just puts it in the window. After you get close, I think it's 10 nautical miles away from the waypoint, it will press it in and you will step climb the 2,000 feet or whatever the step climb is. And if the step climbs are like, say you have two back-to-back, like you have one to 340 and 5 miles later, one to 360, the plugin will only acknowledge the first one. It does not do the second one, and it will probably miss one of the two. So as long as you're on like a long haul or this type of flight where it's a longer flight, it shouldn't be a problem. But if you have a flight where your step climbs are tighter, it might not recognize it. Yeah, I have no heat tolerance due to living in the cold north most of my life. See, I had the same thing until I lived in Florida for 4 or 5 years. Living in Florida for 5 years changed that for me. Or coming up on 5 years. Because I was used to living in New England in the United States, plus Germany weather is Germany weather is even colder. So I was used to some heat in the summer, but not Florida heat. And then I got Florida heat, and now I'm like, oh my god, it's 20 degrees, it's cold. Meanwhile, at home it was 20 Fahrenheit that I was like in shorts. So how times change, right? Right, chap? But yes, we are off the coast now of Morocco. We got quite a bit before we get to Spain, though. We're going to be to Portugal for a little bit, then cross over into Spain. And then we'll be over the water, cross into France, come across and cut to Germany, direct to Frankfurt. So this should work, by the way. Let's see. I can actually do something really quickly to test this. Oslad is there. Let's go ahead and do this. Oh wait, no, because I can't. I have to leave this up. That's right. I was gonna put in the fix for Oslad and put in an 80-mile radius so we could actually see when we should expect this to change, but we can kind of eyeball it. 160 divided by 2 is 80, so when we hit that ring right there, it should update. Which again isn't for another about 20 minutes. It's very dark over here, obviously. And it's getting darker outside as well. I see the rain coming. Hopefully no lightning, because that has seemed to fry my Ethernet in the building. Working on something. Sweet. There's one time I did across the pond in the Boeing 314 Clipper on Vatsim from Portugal to New York. It took me an entire day and a half to complete it. Sheesh. Is that with unlimited fuel? Because I can't imagine that thing has the range to do this. Actually, now that I think about it, you probably could. Because, isn't it like... Yeah, actually, now I'm thinking about it, no, it's a lot more than I'm thinking with the range. It's like, I think 3,500 to 4,000? 3,500 to 4,000 miles? Or 5,600 to something like 6,500 kilometers for the people who use the correct units. What is its cruise speed, Vintage? I'm curious what its cruise speed is. And altitude as well. Like, I'm genuinely, like, I'm someone who's pretty much as probably 19... Well, if it's military, it's old. I can go anytime. But if it's commercial, it's probably like 1970s or 60s and onward is what I'm more familiar with. So these are the things you need to teach me. 3,200 nautical miles. Wow. Holy And what's... Yeah, I'm curious the cruise altitude and the Mach. Or not Mach, it would probably be knots. As in nautical miles an hour. Cruise speed is 183 miles per hour, as they didn't use knots yet. Yeah, that makes sense. So 183 miles an hour at 3,200 nautical mile range. Ooh, that is long. Holy. And then now, what's its cruise altitude, or what would it typically cruise at for that flight? I'm curious. $8,000. Wow. So over the Atlantic at 8,000 feet at 183 miles an hour. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's crazy to think about. Considering modern technology and modern era, where we have better glide ratios, better planning, higher altitudes, faster airspeeds, or I guess ground speeds is a better way of saying it, because at altitude it's still only, I mean, look at us right now, we're only 280 something in indicated. But we're 400, almost 500 ground speed there. True airspeed 464. So, yeah, that's wild. That's absolutely insane. And Vintage, did the Clipper have autopilot? Or was it, like, obviously it would probably be a very rudimentary one where it would follow INS waypoint to waypoint, or it would be heading and altitude hold and you'd have to manually do it, but service ceiling 13,400, but they mostly flew under 10, doing it to be unpressurized. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes 100% sense. Also, if they're doing that long of a flight, I couldn't imagine they could hit their service ceiling, because you're heavy, and heavy means you can't climb as easy. Like us today, I mean, we're doing a 3.5 hour flight on a A320neo, A321, and we're pretty decently loaded, and we're only getting 320 initial, so. Almost a 4-hour flight here. Yeah, nothing outside. I gotta check my own weather radar here, not just the flight, but check my own weather radar. Oh, I'll put the terrain radar on the right, even though that doesn't really matter at this altitude, because we're over the water, so there's not much going on. But I forgot to get that on takeoff, I think, which is okay. It's not like we missed anything, so to speak. Yeah, I got some thunderstorms rolling through my area right now. Great. Hopefully they're not too bad. Clipper had a gyro pilot. The INS wasn't out until... Gyro pilot? A gyro pilot. Okay, so let me think about this. gyro pilot. So basically, is that just attitude then at that point? It's just attitude hold? I feel like that's all you could do with that. And you probably don't even have gyro pilot. So it's basically like an autopilot, but with a gyro, which would mean, yeah, it's just resistance to movement, right? So you just set the attitude or whatever, and it would do that, I guess. I mean, that's the only way I could think of it, but unless you have a better way of explaining it and an actual answer instead of me just theorizing. Although I do like to think through things like that, because it's kind of cool to think of it yourself and try to understand it, so that you can, in a way, better understand other things. Also, that step climb thing does not seem to be wanting to do anything, unless it's a smaller range than 80 miles compared to what I was thinking. So it says 340, but this is 320 and that hasn't changed, so I'm not sure. We'll see. We will see. No altitude hold. Heading, you would still need to adjust the heading and pitch constantly to keep your flight. Okay, so it's like maybe more of a damper, I guess you would describe it as. But yeah, it's an attitude hold, not altitude hold, but attitude hold, which means just holding the attitude in which the plane is pointed. And then basically you could adjust said attitude and then it would just have inertial dampening, if that makes sense. Because that would be what it is just inertial dampening due to the gyros. That's cool. That's actually really interesting. So those pilots would have to, for that type of long haul, those pilots would have to sit there and hand fly the whole thing, basically, which is crazy because I think about crew rest and fatigue and those things, and that's a lot. It's a lot of effort. I'm hoping, chat, this auto step climb thing works. If it doesn't, it's not the end of the world. I can just do it myself, but I'm just curious to see if it'll work. Might be 40 miles that it sets it. It's either 40 or 50 or 80. I remember seeing those numbers listed, but it's one of those numbers. It's already been 45 minutes since takeoff. It's crazy. It's flown by already. Get it? Or something. Alrighty, is it gonna do the auto step climb or am I cooked? I don't know. I don't know. What do I feel like I got deleted in some update that I did? That would be really interesting if I just didn't notice. But I have the pages configured right, so... I don't know. Unless it does it way closer in which case that would make sense as well. Because it's still showing 320 up here. Like you can see that says 320. This says 320. But the step climb's in there, and I have that switch all the way up on the left. So... And the screens are... The McDo's are set properly for it. Because we're coming in on 25 miles now. And still it hasn't done anything. Okay, I'll take a look in a bit. Thank you, Vintage. A nice one to lightning right there. And that was in real life. Alright, we're coming inside 15 miles now and it's... Oh, wait! Chat. So 20 miles. I was mistaken. You see how it said 340 up here? So 20 miles away, and then once we get to about 10, which will be that inner ring right there on the right PFD, it should step climb at 10, if I remember right. If not, yep, there it goes. It pushed it. Isn't that cool? And I can try and figure out in the Lua what that's called. It is... I don't know. It's like tall. It's literally called like toeless step climb when I looked it up. It's like toeless step climb, something like that. But yeah, it worked, which is really cool. And then now new cruise altitude is set. So perfect. We can turn it back off. And we can set this up the way we want. There we go. Ooh, a little lag there. Hopefully that was not because of lightning. So a description of Java Pilot, it was a 3-axis autopilot. 1 gyroscope sensed pitch roll bank or pitch roll yaw. Yep. Okay, that's cool. So it is kind of, yeah, it is inertial dampening. That's sweet. That's a really cool system. And yes, based on the picture, I would say that makes sense too. Although based on the picture, it just looks like a standard heading and it just looks like standard gyros. Doesn't look anything fancy. If there's no automation to that. It looks like it's just assisted indications. But I'm wondering how they engage and disengage that mode or that system, because The image itself, chat, kind of looks like a standard 6-pack, like not hydraulic, sorry, a standard 6-pack, like cluster. Yeah, it's heading and pitch, yeah. It looks like it's just a heading and pitch indication. It doesn't look like it's actually the system that you would interface with, but I'm wondering how you actually do interface with it. That's interesting. Update the winds a little bit here, just to keep that ETA good. Yep. So 8:40 local time. So about another 2 hours 40 minutes left in airtime. Lever near the pilot that you can move to pressurize the gyro pilot, which engages the system. Pressurizes. So pressurizes, which then makes the gyro want to cage to those specific parameters that it was last on, I guess is how that would work then. I think that's my understanding of it. I think that sounds right in my head. My recommended max 356. Yeah, we can't go up to 360. We'll go up to 360 next, probably in a little bit. We'll just do it on our own. That is interesting, though. That's a cool system. Like, for the time, that's a interesting engineering solution to the problem. Like, oh, you don't like constantly correcting and making adjustments to your flight path? Here, we'll have the airplane do it for you. And just kind of hold whatever you set as a rudimentary way of working that out. Air compressor and a hydro pump are engine powered. Gyroscopes were driven by compressed air. Compressed air was also used to correct changes of aircraft altitudes in relation to pitch, bank, yaws throughout a system, small ducts, and plates. Interesting. I'm glad I learned something today, because that's actually really cool to know. It's very cool. I always like old aviation because old aviation is a very analog, obviously. It's very analog to begin with because you didn't have the technology we have now. But what I really like about old aircraft is not the analog aspect, it's the pilot's involvement and interface with the systems. That's what's cool to me, is how the engineers went, how do I give the pilot this information, or how do I give them this control? And the engineer then sat down and made a system that did that. And it's very cool to like see how different manufacturers and different companies at the time, when this was like all brand new, were tackling these things. It's very cool. Maybe tomorrow I could show you 3-4 feet. P3D has a gyro pilot, or the A2A Constellation, which also has a gyro pilot. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you're streaming tomorrow and it's an hour where I'm not busy at work or whatever, I'll pop in. I'll definitely pay attention. Because chat, as you probably can gather from my channel and how I've been doing things on here, like, this is stuff I study religiously. Regardless of what era and everything, I like to study this stuff because it's cool to understand where it came from and how it developed, because then it helps you identify if we're doing something stupid in the industry in the future, you know? Don't want to repeat the same mistakes you've made before, even though, according to humans, that's very easy to do, to repeat your same mistakes over and over. Okay, yes, speak. Whoever that was. I don't know what I just heard. Oh, it's just 122.8, everybody. $19.12, yeah. Yes. Not going to be live until 2 or 3 p.m. my time, so maybe I'll fly the Constellation on the Trans-Pacific route. Okay. Yeah, whatever you want to do. They're streaming stuff. It's just I'll pop in for sure to see that. If you're live at around 2-3 p.m. your time, that's going to be it's going to be 5 to 6 p.m. my time, which I'll be around for. You a sign? We are over Portugal right now. That's what those lights are out there. Is Portugal mainland. And off to the right, a little bit of Spain off in the distance, which we'll be getting a lot more of as we continue here. put a wing view out here. Other side. There we go. Maybe engine view? Even though it's just a little flash, that'll work better. There's a little more of a look at there. We're almost out of Portugal now. It's pretty fast. We only cut through a small sliver. We flew basically right over Lisbon, kind of diagonally to the northeast. I would say north-northeast though, is more accurate. Yeah. Yes. If you have manuals, yes, that would be cool. It's actually the type of stuff that I like to read in my spare time, because I don't read too many, like, oh no, I don't read too many books. Like, I read some aviation stuff and like anything related to aviation and military stuff like that. Also, like, commercial history of, like, commercial airline. But one of the big ones I like doing is reading through manuals and, like, just operational, like, SOPs and stuff. It's cool for me to learn, like, that stuff. DMs, it's a PDF. Let me see. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely going to read through that. I will definitely be looking through that at some point in the near future. Doesn't matter, Vintage. I'll probably read it like 20 times. I promise. I comb over that stuff like crazy. And if you think that's bad, you should see how I treat the planes I actually end up flying in real life. I probably have read some Piper manuals and Cessna manuals, probably like enough to where I know that better than how old I am in some regard. But obviously that makes sense. Because like those are the things you need to know. And that and like regulations and anything you need to study for your check ride, you should know like by heart. That said, don't go and spend your entire life studying just FRA regulations, because you will probably end up being really, really upset and depressed with your life for reading all that and knowing all of it by heart. Or you are some sort of airport planner or designer, in which case you probably have read that plus like 50 other documents over and over and over and over and over to the point where you can just recite numbers and somehow know that that means this document under this section, under this page, under this exact rule says I can't place a grain of dirt on this compared to this. I know this because I took airport design classes. And it is like that. You have a lot of regulations. Rightfully so, of course. I'm gonna have to brush up on the 314 manual before I fly. Yeah, I would agree. And I say that more so like, not that I think you're bad at it, just more like, before you really get confident with an airplane, it's good to look through the manual and just see the things that you might be missing. And also understand the systems, because when things happen, like if you have a hydraulic leak or if you have an electrical fire on one bus, you know exactly what's tied to what, you know what you can and can't turn on and off, what you can and can't troubleshoot, that type of deal. That is if you want to take your sim experience to be more realistic. Been a few years since you last flew. Oh boy. Yeah, then there's definitely some lag in there. Gonna have to catch up. Actually kind of cool, chat. Off my left wing, that you're looking at is Portugal. If I go here to this view on the right side of the airplane, that is Spain. We're right on the border, like literally flying right along the border, which is pretty cool. I'll leave you with the view of Spain for now. Need to figure out the fuel transfer system, and we'll have to remake my old checklist I had for it. Do you make your own custom checklists, or do you find them and then tweak them? I'm curious. Because I can imagine if I made my own checklist, I would make my own SOPs as well, like airline SOPs. Like if I made a checklist for the Airbus, I would come up with some SOPs that I do every time I fly the Airbus with TOLUS. For instance, hitting the init request for the flight plan, or init loading the wind every hour, or something like that. Some SOPs would get incorporated in there. As well as a checklist that just gives you general from startup to shutdown type deal. Which TOLUS does have in the EFB. Or their ISCS, I guess is what they call it. $314 and many things happening at the same time, and there's 3 different checklists, and I just combine them together. Is it a pilot, 2 pilots and a navigator and an engineer? Because that's where I'm imagining that there's multiple things happening at the same time. Is there's three separate stations. Now there you go. You answered my question. Yep. Captain, flight engineer, and first officer. No navigator. Interesting. I guess at that time maybe not, but a lot of stuff back then had navigators. At least in the late 40s, I'd say, through the... Oh boy. How long did we have navigators for? When did my dad get forcibly retired from the 130s? Well, that's different because the plane was older than him. Yeah, I'd say probably like, what? 80s? Maybe 90s? Actually, probably before that. But yeah. Also, chat, lightning is happening now. I'm seeing lightning outside the window. Not literally. I mean, if it was literally happening, I think you would hear my mic explode. But we're getting lightning strikes nearby. So be prepared in case stream just suddenly drops off. It's not my fault. It's the internet or the power or whatever. But hopefully that doesn't happen. Five crew, okay. Captain, first officer, flight engineer, navigator, and radio operator. That's actually pretty cool. I kind of like that. That's cool. Now, vintage. I'm in the captain's seat. The first officer isn't here, but, you know, bear with me. Captain, first officer. Here's my navigator. These two things. Here's my engineering, right here. All this stuff. Oh, and radio operator, right here. Isn't that crazy? We've used technology to consolidate that much already. It's wild. Let's stay up in the cockpit for a little while. As I'm getting weird frame stuttering, I hope that's not because the internet died. It is. Oh, it absolutely is. The bitrate is suffering, chat. I think the lightning did do something. Oh boy. Still troubleshooting it. Just seeing if it stabilizes. It did! It stabilized. Good. Gotta love when that happens. We're trying. We're trying to do this, chat. I still need to get my Ethernet fixed. Once that's fixed, though, we'll not be worrying about any of this. Look at DMs. I sent you a picture of the 314 Clipper crew. Let's take a look. Oh wow, they're just standing in the back. Did the flight crew not have control of the throttles? It almost looks like the flight crew doesn't have control of the throttles. The engineer's so far away, though. I would feel like if the engineer was that far away, they would be in such a risk of... Like, imagine if you had an emergency. The pilots can't manipulate their airspeed at all. Or at least not their airspeed, but their altitude and stuff. Oh, I just don't see it then. Maybe I need to look a little closer. Let's take a look. Let me look really close at this. Oh, it must be on the left and the right. I see. I think I see something on the captain's side in one of those photos that you sent me. Okay, never mind. I was like, that's really weird, man. Set of throttles next to them, yeah. There you go. There you go, chap. There's the explanation. Yeah, that lightning's getting nuts. I hope my bitrate already tanked twice now. But yeah. From the Sims, thanks. Yeah. Who's that? Oh. That's who it is. Wish you didn't have work today? Yeah. I can feel you on that one. I mean... As much as work is work, for me it's pretty fun because it's aviation related. Mine is not fun all the time. I love being an engineer. My body hurts afterwards. Fair enough. Fair enough, man. Ooh, that was a big one. Another IRL lightning bolt. Not in the sim. Although I think if we had lightning in the sim, I'd be questioning things, because according to the charts and the radar, that's not supposed to be happening by us right now. It's happening from southern France all the way up pretty much to the eastern side of Germany. It's like on this massive diagonal line. It's not, I don't know if it's a, it doesn't look to be like a cold front, but it could be. Let me check. Kind of looks like a little bit of one, but let me see. Really, no. It's not really a cold front, it's just more a system that's moving through with the jet, looks like. That's over there in, like I said, in, Germany and stuff. Germany and France. And Austria. And funny enough, Frankfurt is gonna have rain as of right now. Frankfurt is showing... what? Well, it's showing VFR right now, which I don't believe. I guess maybe it's through there by now. Oh, it's updated 12 minutes ago. Okay, I thought it was an old loop. It's not old, it's new. Such a picture first officers, it's the same as captain's side. Okay, that makes a little more sense now. They have rudder trim there as well, aileron trim, elevator trim. Looks like maybe, that looks like mixture. Fuel cutoff, oh yeah, that is mixture. And then next to it is something. Can't tell if that's flaps or not, but there's something next to it. Might be, well, it's on the throttle, so I wouldn't say it's flaps. Would not make sense. Maybe it is, though. Because I don't see anything else on the main panel. Yeah, might be. Oop, are they overhead? No, those are the flares. Oh yeah, that would make sense actually. Never mind. For that time. Oh, the white lever is the gyro pilot pressurization. Okay. That... okay. Now I get an idea. Cool. The stars are out, everybody. Nice cruising at 340. We're gonna sit here for a while, I think. Yeah, our optimal is still 315, so yeah, we're gonna be up here for a while before we even think about step climbing. Flap switch is to the far left and far right of the overhead. Ah, okay. Ooh, another lightning bolt. Jeez, oh man, it's starting to get nuts outside. Welcome to... I told you guys, I was like, you know what? It's starting to get darker outside. I guarantee you it's probably going to be nasty storms in a bit. Here they are. They're coming. They're pretty much right on top of us. Luckily, though, they're not on us, which is great. As long as they stay away, we're good. But yeah, we're fully over Spain. Just north of Portugal now. Still got quite a ways to go. 20 nautical miles. Let's see. 956. So we're down into the triple digits now. Should make life a little bit quicker here, knowing that we're probably going to be feeling the effects of the speed, because we're getting a big tailwind soon. Once we get to like right around France, we're going to have a pretty big tailwind, and then it's going to kind of taper off. I mean, our ground speed is 514 knots right now. So we're definitely picking up in pace here. Is the moon out? Anywhere? Nope. No moon right now. Nothing. It's just simply dark outside. Yeah, see ya, Vintage. Have a good night. Have a good work evening and night. And yeah, I'll probably see you in stream tomorrow if you're streaming. I'll be on at some point, I'm sure. I hope. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your night and your work. And yeah, we'll talk later. As for the rest of you, chat, how are we doing? It's been a little quiet here at Cruise. Just chilling. Thank you, Vintage. Thank you. Hopefully we do have a safe landing into Frankfurt. Gotcha. Noted. Vintage, that's fine. If you are gonna stream, just, I would recommend you let people know when they join. Just so that they know that they're on a stream. Yeah, that's how that should work. I mean, it's your discretion, but if you're gonna start trying to reduce and restrict, like, who's on and who's not, then, we'll have to set up a separate channel for that. But if you're just looking to stream and you don't care, then, yeah, you can be in the regular general. I just have another... Yes, I did have another frame drop. Hang on, chat. It's dying. Stream's dying. It'll redo itself. It's just welcome to me being on Wi-Fi and the internet, or Ethernet not working. But it's here. It'll fix itself, don't worry. But yeah, chat, my Ethernet, Sunday? Sunday night, we had a massive bunch of thunderstorms come through. It was nuts. It was absolutely nuts. Okay, sounds good, Vintage. But anyhow, yeah, I had a massive thunderstorm come through Sunday. And, when I got back on Monday to try out my PC, or just to be on my PC and start doing stuff, yeah, it wasn't working, as Sunday night had to get canceled, that stream. And then I tried Monday and it was just no Ethernet. And then I tried, yeah, I tried Tuesday, no Ethernet, tried yesterday, no Ethernet, and today, still nothing, so... But my box is working, like obviously I have Wi-Fi, I'm here. But the Wi-Fi is not as good for the streaming and all that encoding like the Ethernet is. The Ethernet's far better at doing this. So obviously it's direct cabling. Whoa! Another good lightning bolt. How is the stream health doing there? Somewhat recovered now. Good lord. Chat, I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Got some water. Let's go ahead and throw it back up here. There we go. So, we are over the water now. We're out of Spain. And we've gone over the water. Even though it's hard to see. Outside. But yes, we are over... Oh! Actually, it's not that hard to see. There's the line of the coastline. Wow. That was quite something. But yes, we're over the water now. We are over the water. But yeah, we'll keep flying along here. We'll keep flying. Should see some weather off the right, potentially. Based on this last loop of the radar. Should see some weather in like... by... right around here, where I'm drawing with my cursor. Right in there. There's a little cell right here. And there should be a massive one off here, but we won't see that probably. But we are getting closer to landing here. Let's take a look at who's on Vatsim. So we have no coverage all the way in except Frankfurt Tower is still on. I say that as they almost log... Oh, never mind. He's been on for 19 minutes, the person controlling Frankfurt currently. We shall see if Frankfurt stays on, though. I don't think they will. I mean, he's been on for 19 minutes, or 20 minutes. And 20 minutes, we still have, what, an hour and a half left in our flight, roughly? So, let's see, what time is it now? It's 23, 041, yeah, an hour and a half left in the flight. So, yeah. We'll see. We'll see if Frankfurt's still on by then, after an hour and a half. Yep. There's that. Sweet. What I'm really curious about is, there's weather over by Paris that I'm wondering if we'll run into the tops of. And on descent too, there might be weather. We will find out though. We got quite a while before we even get into that though, to be honest. So we should be okay for now. Okay, looks like that weather's gone off the right on weather radar, so I guess Xplane is actually doing a decent job of replicating that. Although, I don't know about anybody else, if there's anybody in chat that has Xplane 12. The weather radar seems to not be working right. They had an update, it seemed to somewhat fix it, but it never really represents what I'm expecting. It seems like, at least. I mean, Tolus is one of them, Level Up is another, Flight Factor's another one that I have issues with sometimes. And even if I do the modes, like, manually, and I tilt the radar, it still doesn't pick up the rain. It's weird. Or at least what I'm expecting based on what I'm seeing on radar. I don't know. Now we are going northeast at this point, pretty definitively. So we probably should be at 350, I would think. So I'm gonna do that. And then that'll be our final for today. And there we are. 350. And that'll be our final for today. Don't believe we have any more steps at all. Nope. No more steps. Alright, put that away. There we go. How are we looking? 4.6 of remaining fuel. That's in kilograms. So that's plenty of fuel remaining into Frankfurt. Still tower online. We're coming up on France in a little bit here. We're by waypoint Trave. Once we hit Trave, that will be our entry over the French mainland. And then we have quite a bit till we get till our top descent from there. And we shall see what happens after that. Because like I said, Frankfurt Tower is online, but we shall see how long they stay online. Looks like they're using 25 center right now for landing. So I'm gonna go ahead and set up the ILS. Let's just get some waypoints in here. That way I'm ready to do this. Okay. Alright. Looks like approach is on as well, actually. Yeah, it's approach that's on as well. Just I can't see approach because of altitude on Vatsim radar, but I can see them on Navigraph charts. Let me go in here. And we want the ILS runway 25 sensor. And we're doing the Zulu. There we go. And then we're doing the Imco 1 Alpha. None on that. And 526 for the... Oh, it already is there. Sweet. Perfect. It's in. Done deal there. Wind update real quick. Sweet. Yep, perfect. So yeah, it'll be 25 center for landing into Frankfurt. And we are going to Terminal 1. I don't know where, but we're going to Terminal 1. I haven't figured the rest of that out yet. Wish there was like a random gate assignment client or something that you could get, or like a gate assignment based on airline or something that you could just like get a random gate at the airline's gates. Be kind of cool. Oh, that's fun. What was our altimeter doing there? I did not like how that just moved around like that. That was interesting. Not the most ideal. Yeah, like that. Interesting. I think we're over a section of the world where the METAR data is not meshing properly. Usually I think it's the Bravo gates, if I remember right. It's the Bravo gates. That could be wrong. Bravo and Charlie I know for sure. Charlie I've seen them at. And Bravo between 46 and 41. Some around the corner as well. We shall see. Those are all the heavies that I'm aware of. Not aware of where they park the narrow bodies. As much. Because I fly more out of München. Holy moly. I just have to say, Valanta has been having issues for me. Valanta's been running horribly. I don't know why, but Valanta runs horrible. Like, it's god-awful. And it's not normal. I wonder if there's any updates to Valanta that I need to do. Not sure. Let's see here. Could go to Terminal 2 as well. But this one went to Terminal 1. So I'll probably go to one of the Charlie gates. I think that's where we'll end up. That or maybe I'll do one of the lower Bravo numbers. Or I can let stream decide. If you guys in chat want to pick a gate number at Frankfurt to park at, let me know. If not, if ATC's on, I'm gonna have them assign me one. Which at this point I'm kind of hoping they do. Yeah, there's those altitude discrepancies with the altimeter. Because, yep. And we are over France, ladies and gentlemen. Just crossed the coastline into France here. So we're getting there. We're getting close. We are getting close. Go back inside. Now there are supposedly some cells ahead of us, but as I said before, we shall see if they show up. They're not for quite a while, so I would say probably a low percentage chance. You can tell we're definitely getting close because the amount of lights we're getting now. It's definitely more terrain, more stuff happening. So hopefully, the weather should cooperate and we should be on the ground in not too long. Not much traffic either. Europe has definitely quieted down. I mean, it makes sense considering the time of night it is there now. That not many people on a weekday are going to be on the network in Europe. Those look like the UK has a bit of population. Looks like a lot of long-haul aircraft that are just a lot of the Europeans that are setting up their long hauls for overnight. Which makes sense. That's usually about the time we do it here on the East Coast. We usually do it around midnight, 1 a.m. You take off and then go to bed, and then you wake up in the morning and get to land the airplane. At least the way we run it. Works out pretty nice. Some people stay connected to network even though you shouldn't, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm gonna try something, chat. Ha ha ha! I called it. That little message that was up there. I was like, you know what? ATC data link this standby. I was like, I don't think that's actually something configured in the airplane wrong. I think that's something to do with Hoppy. And it was. I was right. So there we go, chat. We can fix that. Fix that issue. Knew something was interesting. Let's close that. It's our prelim load sheet from earlier. Hate to say it, but I think Frankfurt might have popped offline, the approach. Not 100% sure yet, though. Yeah, I think Langen radar might be. It says it's still on, but I don't know. I don't see. Oh yeah, no, the 8 is recycled. Never mind. Let's double check the ATIS. The ATIS is saying information Juliet. Arrival 25 center. Departure 25 center. Interesting. Expect RMP approach runway 25 X-ray, which I think I don't have in there. Need to put that in there. RMP X-ray. Center X-ray. There we go. Okay. ILS X-ray for 25 center. Let's put that in now. Also double check a couple things. Hey, they said RMP, so I should be doing that. Oh, no X-ray. Runway 25 center X-ray. Same arrival. And the via is this one. None. Insert. No. Yeah. Okay. I know how I'm going to construct this, so let's go do this now. Actually no, because he will vector me and do everything if there's approach or Langen radar. He will give me everything. Yeah, this guy's been controlling for an hour 25, so it's a 50-50 shot right now. Okay. Oh, flaps 3. There we go. See here. Yeah. Yeah, we should be okay. Okay. Should have just under an hour to get to Frankfurt. Okay. So we'll be turning right in what? Is that 70-ish? Or sorry, that's 80, so then this is half. 40-ish, 40, yeah. 35 will be turning to the right, and then that'll be kind of close to our inbound. And then we have to go up to the North, kind of like that, and as soon as we turn right, we'll be on the arrival. So we're getting there, chat. We're getting close. What do we have in distance? 400 nautical miles, roughly. And we're landed in about an hour. So, yeah, we're landing in 59 minutes. According to that. So that's not too bad. And because it's late at night, there is the quiet hours type approach, the noise abatement approach, which ATC was saying the RMP X-ray runway 25 center, which is what we have loaded in there. We'll be going from Orfiv and then flying kind of at an angle all the way up to Ratru, and then straight in from Ratru to from 5 miles, and then yeah, pretty much to the runway at that point. 220 knot max on the approach, should be no problem. We'll arm approach mode before we even get on approach. 2000 is the bottom of it, 840 is the MDA. Or no, sorry, DA. So we'll go ahead and do this and start filling it out. Probably in a little bit, actually. I want to see if the tower stays on or not, or not a tower. The approach. Langan radar, if they stay on or not. If they hop off, then we'll just use the METAR. If they stay on, we'll grab the ATIS that they provide. Alrighty, so according to the radar, there's cells over Paris. We're about just over Paris. And I'm not seeing anything. So I don't know. They have tops that are above me. Should be in the clouds, but it doesn't seem like there are any clouds. Very weird. Okay. Let's see something here. So this will rotate level in a moment. Just roll out level. And then... yeah, we only got a little bit to go. Who's that? No factor. I don't know what it is. It's hard to read that. It's very small. Oh, Air France 422, A350 900. Yep, still a showing online for Langen radar. And an hour 38, hour 41. Looks like hour 41 total. We shall see if they stay on. Traffic off the left, it looks like. 1,000 above doesn't look like it's a factor, so it's alright. So the approach says 11,000, or the arrival says 11,000 is the lowest, or 110, flight level 110. And let me make sure it says level 5,000. It does. Econfig 3 regardless. $840. Let's enter the rest of the data. Transition level 6,000, they're saying. In the ATIS. 200 at 4. 20 1014. That is all filled out now, and we had 3 in 3 places. Good. $2,000 will be the bottom of the approach, and then 5,000 will be missed approach out, or yeah, missed approach altitude. I was right. So that'll be all good. Make sure this is set 1014. It is. to the wing here. For just a little bit, because I have to jump back in there pretty short. It's starting to definitely take a toll on me here. Fatigue, everybody! Human factors. Fatigue is happening. So we gotta pay extra attention. Not bad out. Looks pretty smooth. Considering the weather radar, I'm very shocked that there's nothing going on in the sim. It's actually really surprising. Okay, tuned it on COM 1, so that'll be, when we're ready for approach, we'll swap over and do that when we're ready for approach. Well, flying on radar, but yeah. Flying on radar will be, almost when we get into here by Remote. That's when we actually get to it. But we are getting close. It is coming up. looks like they have 4 people filed, 2 people departing, and then I'm not sure how many arrivals, but it looks like there might be a few. So it might actually be somewhat populated when we get into to land there in Frankfurt. I'd hope so. We went a whole flight basically without ATC. Alright, top descent is approaching at about 50 miles, so we're actually getting ready to head down into Frankfurt. And when we land in Frankfurt, we will have ATC, which will be Langen radar. That's all we have. Not a center, but just an approach. Oop, and my bitrate's gonna drop for a moment because Volanta can't figure out how to run properly. I bet you. Yep, it was Volanta that was doing that. So my stream gets to suffer. Yay! Yeah, I really need to get my Ethernet fixed, chat. The Ethernet needs to come back. It's a problem. It's a problem. Whew. It's another big one. Alrighty. That would be Luxembourg down there, chat. That is Luxembourg. Alrighty, let's get ready to land. And hopefully the stream has stabilized. It definitely has not. It needs to. Hopefully soon. It's crazy how bad the connection is. Wow. Not even anything I did either. It's just purely being on Ethernet. Or not being on Ethernet, rather. Okay, we should start rolling out here shortly. Yeah, it is definitely not happy with me, chap. The Wi-Fi. I will need to fix this before next stream, that's for sure. Alrighty. Top of descent coming up shortly. Yep, 10 miles. Alright. We will go ahead and descend once it gets to about 5 miles. And there is 5 miles. Punch it in. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we have started our top of descent into Frankfurt. Here we go. That will help us get down a little bit. So that should do the wonders for us. And make sure we're just following the rest of the chart here. Before that is here. Yeah, that's fine. And that's also fine. Good. Okay. Sweet. So we will be following the profile all the way down. Little bit steep though, that's for sure. We do have a big tailwind though. About 45 knots on the descent here is enough. Does do some things. Put the fasten seatbelt sign on. This one has an altitude constraint, but it won't matter because we'll already be there, so that's good. Holy bank angle. Wow. Nice. Let's see here. Auto brake's low will be our setting for that as well. Get this all ready. Because it's a quick one here on the way in. Information Lima, same thing. Okay. That would be them probably, as my stream is taking another hit on the performance. Lovely. 128.05. That should be what I have in here. It is.
Descent flight level 100. Descent 100. Lufthansa 3 Papa Foxtrot, cleared Rollis 6 Golf arrival. Cleared Rollis 6 Golf arrival, Lufthansa 3 Papa Foxtrot.
With information what? Lima. Okay. Langen radar Condor 525 descending via the Incom 1 Alpha arrival with information Lima on board.
Condor 525, Langen, hello, identified. Squawk 1000, maintain speed 290 knots or greater.
290 knots or greater and Squawk 1000 for Condor 525.
Condor 525, turn left heading 090, descent flight level 100.
090, descent flight level 100, Condor 525.
Langen radar, good evening, Griffin 264, flight level 245, Incom 1 Bravo arrival. Griffin 264, Langen, hello, identified. Fly heading 090 and descent flight level 110. Fly heading 090 and descent flight level 110, Griffin 264. Servus, Condor 314, information America's clearance. Condor 314, Langen, hello. Cleared to the Foxtrot India Mike Papa via Sydney 6 Foxtrot departure. Flight by route, Glabra sit, altitude 5000 feet, squawk 2504. Cleared Mauritius, Sydney 6 Fox departure, Nashville 5000, squawk 2504, Condor 314. Condor 314, correct. Condor 3 Mike Charlie, taxi set Alpha 28 via Lima, November 7. Condor 3 Mike Charlie, taxi gate Alpha 28 via Lima und November 7. Condor 3 Mike Charlie. Lufthansa 3 Papa Foxtrot, expect RNP X-ray approach, runway 25 center, out of orbit. Expect RNP X-ray approach, runway 25 center, Lufthansa 3 Papa Foxtrot. Lufthansa 3 Papa Foxtrot, proceed direct orbit. Proceed direct orbit, Lufthansa 3 Papa Foxtrot.
Alrighty, chat. We need to focus. Music is off. We're gonna focus in here. So we're gonna get some vectors and
Griffin
such.
264, maintain speed 290 knots or less. Say Griffin 264. Griffin 264, maintain speed 290 knots or less. 290 knots or less, Griffin 264. 25, expect RP X-ray approach, runway 25 center via Orville. Proceed direct Orville.
We'll expect the on-nav X-ray runway 25 center via the Orviv transition, direct Orviv Condor 525. Okay. So let's go ahead and hit that.
264, expect RP X-ray, runway 25 center via Orville. Proceed direct Orville. Expecting RP X-ray, runway 25 center and taking a direct Griffin 264.
Orviv.
Griffin 264, direct Orville, Oscar, Romeo, Victor, India, Victor.
Yep.
Direct Orville, Griffin 264.
Orviv. Okay. Direct Orviv, and we have
Reader, Condor 171, request.
the RMP approach loaded. We're good to go.
Condor 171, startup and pushback approved. Area 3. Area 8, push and startup approved, Condor 171.
And we were cleared to flight level 100, so we were going to respect that. I did open descent because he gave us a clearance right away, but probably didn't need to. Let's load it 290, and we'll see what he says.
Lufthansa 57 Echo Lima, super. With information Lima, request clearance to LAX. Lufthansa 57 Echo Lima, Langen Hallo, clear to Los Angeles, Maroon, November departure, flight plan route, climb via SIT, altitude 5,000 feet, squawk 4141. Clear to Los Angeles via the Maroon to Lima departure, initial climb to altitude 5,000 feet, squawk 4141. Lufthansa 57 Echo Lima. Lufthansa 57 Echo Lima departure is Maroon to November. So in meinerseits Maroon to November departure, Lufthansa 57 Echo Lima. Lufthansa 3 Papa Foxtrot, maintain speed 250 knots or greater. Descent flight level 60. 250 knots or greater and descent flight level 60 for the 3 Papa Foxtrot. Condor 525, maintain speed 270 knots or greater. Descent flight level 70.
270 greater and down to flight level 70 of Condor 525. Okay. 70. Let's do it, chat.
Condor 3 request push back for
7-0.
Condor 314, startup and pushback approved, area 2. Startup push approved, area 2, Condor 314.
Hey. Turn on some of my lights because I can't get the retract sounds. That's on. That's good. Okay. Let them know back there. No electronics at this point. No smoking is what that is actually. We're not in the heavy. It's the same thing though, actually, now that I think about it. So we're gonna keep it there. This guy in front of me is a little concerning, but we should be deconflicted, hopefully. Oh yeah, he cleared him to 60 and we're going to 7.
Climb necessarily 5,000 feet, squawk 1,000, get him on to.
Okay.
112, read me correct.
Wonderful connection here. Alright, let's focus.
Condor 3 Charlie on Gate. Danke fürs Nutzen, ich wünsche dir einen wunderschönen Abend und dann ein schönes Wochenende. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Danke, gleichfalls, ciao. Lufthansa 3 Papa Foxtrot, descent altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1014, cleared, RP X-ray 25 center. Descent 4,000, QNH 1014, and clear RP X-ray runway 25 center, Lufthansa 3 Papa Foxtrot. Lufthansa 3 3 Papa Foxtrot, confirm descent 5,000 feet. 5,000 feet, sir. Iron Wheeler, Condor 171, request taxi. Condor 171, taxi to holding point, runway 25 center via November 5, Lima 3. Holding point to runway 25 center via November 5, Lima 3, Condor 171. Griffin 264, descent flight level 60. Descent flight level 60, Griffin 264. Condor 525, descent altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1014.
5,000 feet, QNH 1014, Condor 525.
Further approach, KLM 112 ready for starting, pushback. KLM 112, you're outside of your startup window. Update your TOBT on the website, please. Copy that, KLM 112. Lufthansa 3 Papa Foxtrot, maintain speed 170 knots or greater until 5 miles final. 170 knots, Lufthansa 3 Papa Foxtrot, 5 miles final. Or greater. Or greater, sorry. Condor 525, reduce speed 250 knots.
250 knots, Condor 525. Okay. 250 is selected.
It is fine now, KLM 112. KLM 112, it's just updating. AFM, it's fine now. Startup approved. Pushback also approved, area 3. KLM 112. Condor 314, request taxi 8 Lima 5. Condor 314, taxi to holding point, runway 25 center, intersection Lima 5, via November 3 and Lima 5. November 3, Lima 5, holding point, 25 center, Lima 5, Condor 314. Condor 525, cleared RMP X-ray 25 center.
Cleared the RMP X-ray runway 25 center for Condor 2525. Okay. Cleared the RMP X-ray, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this. Alright. So 5,000 is the altitude. Yes. Okay. So we will set 2,000. The approach is 5,000. So remember this.
Griffin 264, descent altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1014, cleared RMP X-ray 25 center. Descent 5,000 feet, QNH 1014, and cleared RMP runway 25 center, 264. Condor 171, wind 200 degrees, 4 knots, runway 25 center, cleared for takeoff. 25 center, cleared for takeoff, Condor 171.
And long and radar, Condor 525 speed, our discretion, or still maintaining 250?
Condor 525, maintain speed 170 knots or greater until 5 miles final.
170 knots greater until 5 mile final, Condor 525. I knew it! I knew it, chat. I was like, no way is he going to make me do this. I would be dying if I was doing this, you know? So maintain 250.
314, after departing company A320neo for length, fly number 2 at runway 25 center behind. Yeah, departing company on full length,
We're gonna arm approach mode now. Bingo. Now it's going to slow me down to green dot, which will facilitate this man here.
Proszę kierować at November, request taxi. KLM 112, taxi to holding point, runway 25 center via November 5, Lima 3. Via November 5, Lima 3, KLM 112.
Okay, chat, now we need to really pay attention to distances here, because it's going to matter a lot in terms of how I deploy them.
Reduce speed 170 knots, maintain till 5 miles final.
170 and we'll maintain till 5 mile final, Condor 525. And ladies and gentlemen, that would dictate our flaps. We're going to set 170.
Condor 171 identified, 2000 feet, clumper, flight level 130.
So 170.
314, wind 200 degrees, 4 knots, runway 25 center, clear for takeoff.
Speed, please. Slow down. We need to slow down a lot. Here it comes. Trying to slow down. And second notch of flaps, that should help us a lot. Yep, there we go. 170, 2 flaps 2 set. That will help a lot with the speed.
Lufthansa 3 Papa Foxtrot, wind 200 degrees, 4 knots, runway 25 center, clear to land. Flight center, clear for land, Lufthansa 3 Papa Foxtrot. Condor 314, identified, clumper asset, flight level 110. Asset 110, 314. Condor 171, monitor advisory 122, decimate, bye-bye. 122 decimate, Condor 171, bye-bye. Griffin 264, reduce speed 170 knots or less. 170 knots or less, Griffin 264.
Okay, all the lights are on, we're ready. We are ready, chat. Let's do this. Alright. Is it gonna follow it? Doesn't seem to want to follow the descent. Okay, take this off and do this. That needs to happen. Yep. Okay, gear. It's gonna come out now. It's just gonna help. Actually, wait until we're closer. 5 miles is at that waypoint, by the way.
264, reduce to final approach speed. Reduce final approach speed, 264.
gear flaps my aircraft completely, please. In a moment, I'm going to take the aircraft and hand fly it because it's not doing exactly what I would like, so we will hand fly it myself. 3 green. It's good.
2000.
Okay. Let's see if it'll fly it now. Hopefully. It will fly it. If not, we have a problem. Okay, there's the runway. Hopefully he gets off soon, because I kind of need him to.
Condor 314, Monitor Advisory, Watertoot, das war eben, ciao. Advisory, vielen Dank für den späten Service, gute Nacht, ciao. Gute Nacht.
Okay, I'm gonna hand fly it, chat.
Lufthansa 3, Papa Foxtrot, taxi to send Alpha 16 via November 8.
I have not been cleared to land, chat.
Taxi system Alpha 6 via November 8.
Approaching 25 center.
Condor 525, wind 200 degrees, 4 knots, runway 25 center, clear to land. After landing, expedite vacating.
100 above.
Clear to land runway 25 center, and we'll vacate the expedite off for Condor 525. I don't know what I just said.
Condor A321 short final, runway 25 center, report inside. Report inside, KLM 112.
Minimum skin.
KLM 112, confirm traffic inside. E4, KLM 112. KLM 112 behind mentioned traffic, line up at wait, runway 25 center behind. Behind the traffic, behind line and wait, runway 25 center, KLM 112.
50, 40.
Griffin 264, one departure ahead, Xplane landing clearance, wind check 180 degrees, 5 knots.
Deep landing, 1,000 feet remaining.
Expedite off. Auto brakes. This is manual now. We're gonna try our best to get off here. Take the next high speed. Come on, come on, come on. Brake fans. Okay. Expedite off.
525, taxi right on Lima.
Taxi right on Lima, Condor 525. Okay.
KLM 112, wind 180 degrees, 5 knots, runway 25 center, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, runway 25 center, KLM 112.
Good stuff. Clear.
Griffin 264, traffic is KLM Boeing 777, now starting in the takeoff roll 25 center. Roger.
Right on Lima.
Condor 525, taxi stand Charlie 2 via Lima and November 3.
Lima, November 3 for stand Charlie 1, Condor 525.
Stand Charlie 2.
Julia, stand Charlie 2. Okay.
Griffin 264, traffic airborne, runway 25 center, clear to land. Clear to land, 25 center, Griffin 264.
View available. Charlie 2, not Charlie 1. It would help. Wouldn't it? There we go. Alright.
KLM 112 identified, climb for exit, flight level 130.
Sweet.
Continue climb level 130, Lufthansa, sorry, KLM 112.
Okay. Not bad, chat. Felt pretty good. Buttered it. It was a little long, but not bad. Thank you, Vintage. Oh, hey, Vintage. What's up? And yes, it was not bad. It was not a bad landing. I tried to keep the speed up because I knew the guy was behind me, and I think I left a little too much speed in there.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I kept this throttle in there, I mean. But that's okay. So November 3 is 2 there. Charlie 2 is all the way at the end. Okay. And now that we have that going, we can turn on the electric pump and shut down number 2. We'll taxi single engine because save fuel. Also, brake fans was a good idea because I had to go manual braking to get out of the way of the rest of those guys. But that's okay. We did a good job there. My brain was like, oh, Charlie 1 because I was going to Terminal 1.
Griffin 264, taxi right on.
But it was Charlie 2. That made sense.
264.
Just want to put a little power in there, not that much. Airplane's like, let me go fly! No, no, no. Relax. Only doing 11 knots, it's not that bad. Going up a hill a little bit, I need a little extra throttle in there. Oh, 100% vintage. They would have had to send the other guy around. 100%. I think it was a 7.4 behind me. I'm not 100% sure, but I thought I could have remembered it being something bigger. No, it's an A321. Never mind. I don't know why I thought 7.4.
Griffin 264, taxi send Victor 907 via Lima.
Yeah, that's the guy behind me.
Send Victor 97 via Lima, thank you very much, Griffin 264.
Okay. Is this a Condor leaving, or is this someone else? No, it's Ocean 75 on an A330-200. Nice. Let me push. Big fans are on. That's good. Overhead panel, we can clear that. Everything else is good. 3 hours. What do we do? Keep going to say try instead of I can't even. This is what happens when I do this. Anyhow, let's continue taxiing in. Once I get to the gate, I will say a farewell to them on frequency. I will then do a, you know, what's it called? Farewell to them, and then I'll do a replay mode. That's what I was thinking of. We'll do a replay of everything, and then we'll call it a stream, and I will go to bed because I have early morning tomorrow. Alright, let's make a left here. Because this is November 3. Yes, this is November 3. Okay. my god. How much GSE can you get? A lot, apparently, right here. What? Okay then. That is kind of nuts. I don't know what's going on with my... Wow. Okay. Oh, now it's loading slightly. Partially, not really. I don't know what's happening. I've never had this before, where the scenery and everything is just not loading properly. I genuinely think it's from my not being on Ethernet. I think that's like a huge percentage of the problem.
All stations, I'm closing now. Good night. Bye-bye. You too, danke für dein Service. Ciao.
Good night, ciao ciao. Always have to be friendly to Germans. Alright, Charlie 2 is all the way down here. All the way down. We're gonna have to do some special stuff to get into the stand here. And who knows, maybe on a future stream we will come out of Charlie 2, because look at that. Trying to get out of this gate is going to be special, to say the least. So yeah. Okay, so we follow this line here. Good thing the engine that I have on is the outboard, because otherwise I would not be able to turn at all. But that's good. I have this thing pinned, chap. As you could probably see. And now let's take a look at this. Am I even lined up? It says I am. So that's good. Like even that looks... Look at how blurry that is compared to normal. That's crazy. I don't know why it's so blurry. It doesn't make any sense why this is so bad resolution. It's insane. Okay. APU is available, we can shut down the number 1. Number 1 shut down. Okay. Beacon. House. Seatbelt sign. No smoking, or in this case, electronics probably. And then ground services, we can get the external power. We can just get, yeah, just GPU for now. That's good for me. There's the jet bridge, which doesn't even look good. I think, I really do think there's some setting that changed. Okay, open this, open these. Close the, turn off the transponder. Good. It's already off. Otherwise that would be a problem. What else do I need to do? That I would like to do. Dome lights would be nice. For now. Okay. Exterior view. We are here. We made it. We're in Charlie 2. Let me see really quickly. We can disconnect from network, that's for sure. Let's go ahead and check a couple settings here. Because I know I set my settings... The graphics doesn't have enough VRAM. What? Wow. Why does it not have enough VRAM? That's crazy. I wonder what's causing this. I think it's because with not being on Ethernet, I really do think that's probably the main factor. That's crazy. That or it's Volanta, which Volanta I do know for a fact was causing issues. General, maybe there's hardware acceleration I need to turn off. Yeah. I think they did something. I genuinely think that Volanta did something that caused, like, massive lag. I really do. Because it's not normal for me to have that. Alrighty. What time do I want to do milk run? I'm not sure, I'll DM you. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not sure my schedule yet. Alright, shall we do replay mode, chat? Let's close Volanta. And when I close Volanta, I really do want to see if my frames go up through the moon. Alright, I close Volanta. Just wait a few seconds. See if the textures start coming through here. Yep. There was some improvement. I did see it for a brief second there. I genuinely think that there's, without that Ethernet, that my PC is like struggling to try and like. No, look at the buildings. You see the resolution just came back? It's all Volanta. Isn't that crazy? That's absolutely wild. So Volanta is the entire reason that that was happening. Which is crazy. Yeah, and then see, it goes away now. I genuinely think Ethernet plus Volanta. It's probably both. Which is nuts. I don't know why my Ethernet's causing this. I need to probably look into a graphics driver update or something. There might be. But anyhow, let's hit the replay mode. And go back to the replays. And I just realized, because of how quiet it is, that we probably need to put something on in the background. Let's do this really quickly. That's my intro. That is not what I want. There we go. Alright. Ignore that, it's just the sound pack pretending that the engines are restarting. It'll fix in a moment. Alright, I'll put the camera right about here so we can see the impact. Because it did feel a little heavy, but we'll see. Upsloping runway too. Yeah, not bad. Little long, but not bad. It was legal on Volanta, by the way. It does show in satellite view that I landed past 1,000 footers by 500 feet. So just barely acceptable. You can see me really trying to get off there. We'll go ahead and do this side. There we go. And it was not raining. I think that just updated. So ignore the rain there. Yeah, not bad. See you, Vintage. And then we'll get the other side. And ignore that whining noise in the background. That is the electronic pump that I left on. I just realized that now. Let's go to this view. There we go. There's a nice wing view. And yeah. Okay. Not bad. Alrighty, guys. I think that's gonna be it for me tonight, because I need to go to bed with my weird textures that are having an issue, which is interesting. It's very strange. But yeah, we'll be back hopefully next week on the next stream, which I think is scheduled for Sunday. So yeah, I'll be back for that. Anyhow, hope you guys enjoyed tonight's stream. We made it into Frankfurt, and yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Take care.